Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. The city streets lay shrouded in a heavy, lingering fog, as though the very breath of London itself had been caught and suspended, casting a cloak over the cobblestone pathways that wound through the heart of the town. Midnight approached with the solemnity of an old clock's chime, its approach marked by the distant tolling of a bell whose sound reverberated through the mist with a mournful echo. The gas lamps, those steadfast sentinels of the night, flickered valiantly against the encroaching darkness, their yellowish glow struggling to pierce the swirling vapours that curled like spectral fingers across the deserted street. In the midst of this nocturnal tableau stood the humble tavern, its visage weathered by time, and yet defiant against the elements. It served as a beacon of warmth and solace for the weary traveller. The tavern doors, broad and oak-hewn, creaked open, with a sound that seemed to slice through the silence of the midnight hour, as if inviting any soul brave enough to venture forth from the fog's embrace into its welcoming glow. The tavern itself, one might say, was no ordinary establishment. It breathed with a life of its own, a sanctuary nestled against the chill of night. Its exterior, though modest, exuded an air of quiet dignity, a testament to countless stories woven within its walls, tales of joy and sorrow, of fortune found and lost. Indeed, dear reader, as you stand here on this fog-laden street, perhaps you too feel the pull of its warm embrace, the promise of companionship and cheer within. The fog, thick and heavy, rolled lazily through the street, its tendrils curling like the smoke of 1,000 pipes, imbuing the scene with an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation. One might be inclined to ponder, as the clock tower struck the hour, what secrets this night might reveal, what stories might unfold within the very walls of this venerable tavern. For it is at this moment, the turning of the hour, that the tavern seemed to draw breath, to awaken from its slumber, and come alive in the embrace of midnight. Within the tavern, the promise of warmth and light beckoned with irresistible allure. The windows, aglow with the flickering light of candles, cast a soft, inviting glow upon the cobblestones outside, creating a stark contrast to the chill and gloom that reigned beyond. The doors, which had opened with such an inviting creak, now stood ajar, a silent invitation to step across the threshold and find solace from the night's unwelcome chill. As the fog rolled on, indifferent to the warmth it sought to obscure, the tavern's presence stood resolute, a bastion of comfort against the desolation of the midnight hour. One might imagine, if inclined towards the poetic, that the tavern itself was a living entity, its heart beating in time with the flickering flames that danced upon its hearth, its spirit embodied in the camaraderie shared within its walls. In this moment, dear reader, as you pause to take in the scene unfolding before you, consider the myriad souls who have found respite within this humble establishment, those who have sought refuge from the burdens of the world, who have found comfort in the company of strangers, bound together by the shared warmth of a fire and the gentle hum of conversation. For it is in such places where the heart finds solace that the true essence of humanity is revealed, where the barriers of class and station fade into the background, leaving only the simple, undeniable truth of shared experience. Thus, as the midnight hour draws near, and the fog continues its inexorable dance through the streets, you find yourself drawn towards the light, towards the promise of warmth and companionship that awaits within the tavern's embrace. The door stands open, a beacon in the night, and with a deep breath you step forward, ready to leave behind the solitude of the fog-laden street, and enter a world where stories are born, where lives intertwine, and where the warmth of the tavern promises refuge from the chill of the night. The door to the Candlelit Tavern swung slowly open, revealing a world apart from the cold fog-laden street outside. Within, a warm glow emanated from dozens of candles, scattered artfully about the room, their flickering flames casting a gentle illumination upon the polished surfaces of well-worn tables. The atmosphere was rich with the scent of oak beams, imbued with a history of countless evenings spent in the company of those seeking solace and camaraderie. Here the faint trace of pipe smoke lingered like an old friend, a subtle reminder of conversations long past, whispered over foaming mugs and shared confidences. As you stepped into this sanctuary, dear reader, you might have felt the soft embrace of a place that seemed to breathe with life, its very walls imbued with the stories of those it had sheltered. The polished tables reflected the candlelight like tiny constellations, creating a celestial dance that whispered of the timelessness and tradition inherent within this venerable establishment. Indeed, it was a refuge that had witnessed the ebb and flow of countless lives, each leaving behind an indelible mark upon its character. The tavern's interior, much like an old companion, possessed a warmth that seemed to emanate from its very heart. Its wooden beams, darkened with ague, stood as silent sentinels, steadfast in their duty to hold the roof aloft, while the sturdy floorboards beneath creaked softly underfoot, lending a symphony of gentle sounds to the already harmonious atmosphere. The room was alive with the soft murmur of voices, punctuated occasionally by a burst of laughter or the clinking of glasses, each sound resonating with the shared humanity of its patrons. In this hallowed space, the class distinctions that govern the outside world appeared to dissolve, if only temporarily. The well-dressed gentleman, his coat of fine wool draped casually over his shoulders, might engage in a spirited exchange of ideas with the humble clerk, their conversation flowing as easily as the ale that filled their glasses. The tavern, in its benevolent wisdom, welcomed all who sought its warmth, offering an egalitarian embrace that cared not for the societal barriers that lay beyond its threshold. And so, as you made your way further into the room, you might have observed the subtle interactions between its denizens. There, in the corner, sat a group of friends, their faces aglow with the warmth of companionship, their eyes alight with the merriment of shared jokes and friendly banter. Nearby, a solitary figure, his back turned to the room, sat quietly nursing a drink, his thoughts perhaps wandering to distant places and times. The tavern, with its gentle irony and humanity, offered a haven for both the gregarious and the introspective, each finding their place within its embrace. Indeed, the tavern itself seemed to possess a personality all its own, a character forged over the years through the countless lives it had touched. It was a place where stories were born, where destinies intertwined, and where the simple act of sharing a drink could become a moment of profound connection. The oak beams, the flickering candlelight, the rich aroma of pipe smoke, all these elements combined to create an environment that was at once inviting and timeless, a testament to the enduring power of human connection. As you settled into this world, the cold and fog of the outside seemed to fade into insignificance, replaced by the comforting familiarity of the tavern's interior. It was, dear reader, a place where one could leave behind the solitude of the night, and find warmth, companionship, and perhaps even a trace of magic in the stories shared within its walls. The tavern, with its rich tapestry of history and warmth, beckoned you to stay a while, to become a part of its ongoing narrative and to find solace in the shared humanity of its patrons. And so, as you prepared to take your place within this community, the kindly figure of the innkeeper approached, his eyes twinkling with a gentle, gentle wisdom that spoke of years spent tending to the needs of his guests. With a nod and a warm smile, he gestured for you to make yourself comfortable, to partake in the simple pleasures that the tavern offered, and to become a part of the stories that unfolded within its walls. As the weary traveller settled into the comforting embrace of the Candlelit Tavern, the gentle, gentle presence of the innkeeper made itself known once more. This kind-hearted custodian of warmth and hospitality approached with all the quiet dignity of a man who had seen the seasons turn many a time, yet retained a youthful twinkle in his eye, an eye that spoke of wisdom gained through years of observing the human condition in all its varied states. His smile, a soft, soft curve that revealed no guile, was the very embodiment of welcome, as though he sought not merely to serve, but to offer solace to every soul who crossed his threshold. "Good evening," the innkeeper began, his voice a measured balm, rich and low, as though designed to ease the burdens of the world. "I see the road has been long for you, my friend. Rest assured, you have found a place where the weary are made to feel at home." With a gentle, gentle nod, he gestured towards an inviting seat by the fire, around which the shadows danced in a merry jig, casting animated tales upon the walls. The traveller, a man whose face bore the marks of many a journey, lines etched by toil and sun, eyes that had seen both hope and despair, nodded gratefully. He moved towards the proffered chair, his limbs heavy with fatigue yet buoyed by the prospect of rest. As he sank into the seat, a sigh escaped his lips, a sound that seemed to release the accumulated burdens of countless miles. "Thank you, sir," the traveller murmured, his voice carrying the weight of gratitude and exhaustion. "Your kindness is much appreciated." The innkeeper chuckled softly, a sound as warm as the hearth's glow. "Think nothing of it," he replied, with a wave of his hand that dismissed any notion of obligation. "Here, we are all travellers in our own right, seeking comfort and companionship in the stories we share," as the flames crackled with a rhythmic consistency that spoke of enduring warmth, constant and unwavering. The traveller felt a gradual transformation begin within him. It was as if the very air of the tavern, redolent with the mingling aromas of roasted meats and spiced ales, sought to weave a cocoon around his weary spirit, offering a gentle, gentle respite from the harshness of the world beyond its doors. The innkeeper, seeing the traveller thus ensconced, leaned in slightly, his voice a confidential whisper that carried the weight of shared understanding. "You know," he said, "there is magic in a place such as this. It lies not in grand gestures or opulent surroundings, but in the simple act of sharing, of being present in the moment." He paused, allowing the words to settle, like gentle, gentle snowflakes on a winter's morning. "Here, by the fire, you may find not only warmth for your body, but peace for your soul." The traveller, now enveloped in the tavern's embrace, nodded once more, his heart lightened by the innkeeper's words, which seemed to resonate with a truth he had long sought. He glanced around, taking in the scene, a tapestry of humanity, each thread woven with its own story, the low murmur of conversation, the clink of tankards, the occasional burst of laughter. These were the sounds of life, vibrant and unceasing. As the innkeeper turned to attend to other guests, his departure was marked by a reassuring pat on the traveller's shoulder, an action that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. It was a gesture of connection, a sudden promise that in this humble sanctuary all were welcome, all were seen. The traveller, now settled, allowed himself to relax, his gaze drawn to the flickering flames that danced with an enchanting grace. It was here, in this moment of stillness, that he found a semblance of peace, a brief reprieve from the tumult of his own thoughts. The world outside, with its demands and trials, seemed to fade into insignificance, leaving only the warmth of the fire and the comforting presence of the innkeeper to anchor him. And thus, dear reader, we leave our traveller for the moment, content in the knowledge that he has found a temporary haven, a place where the burdens of the road might, if only for a while, be set aside. In the dimly lit tavern, the hour had advanced to that hushed interval when the world outside seemed to slumber, leaving only the hardy souls within to converse by the flickering light of candles and the glow of the hearth. The air was filled with a rich tapestry of human voices, each weaving its own thread into the fabric of the evening, a measured, continuous murmur, punctuated occasionally by the crackle of logs on the fire. Among the patrons, a group of sailors gathered at a corner table, their sea-hardened features illuminated by the gentle glow. They spoke in voices that rolled like the waves they had so often braved, recounting tales of distant lands and perilous journeys. "Aye, the storm off Cape Horn," one remarked, his voice tinged with the gravity of recollection. "It was fierce enough to make the bravest man's heart quiver." His companions nodded, their expressions a mixture of awe and camaraderie, for they were bound by the shared trials of the sea. Nearby, a cluster of merchants engaged in animated discussion, their talk of the day's trades a symphony of numbers and prospects. "The market is as unpredictable as the weather," one declared, his voice rising above the din, "but a keen eye and a steady hand can still find fortune." The others murmured in agreement, their faces reflecting the careful calculations that governed their lives. In yet another corner, wanderers shared snippets of their journeys, their stories painted with the colours of distant horizons and unfamiliar skies. "In the east," one spoke, his eyes alight with the memory. "The sun rises with a brilliance that must be seen to be believed." His companions listened, entranced by the promise of lands yet to be explored, their imaginations kindled by the fires of adventure. Our traveller, seated somewhat apart, found himself both an outsider and a participant in this nightly ritual. He observed with a quiet curiosity, his heart warmed by the realization that, though each tale was unique, they all spoke to the shared human experience. The stories flowed around him, each voice blending into the next, creating a symphony of life that was at once foreign and familiar. It is here, dear reader, that we pause to consider the power of such gatherings, for within this humble tavern, beneath its low beams and amidst the gentle haze of pipe smoke, there exists a microcosm of society, a place where the boundaries of class and circumstance blur, and humanity is revealed in its most honest form. The sailors with their rough-hewn hands, the merchants with their calculating minds, the wanderers with their far-off dreams, each contributes to the tavern's narrative, each voice adding depth to the ambience. The traveller, though initially content to listen, soon found himself drawn into conversation, his own voice joining the chorus. "And you, sir?" a sailor inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. "What tales do you bring from the road?" The traveller hesitated, then spoke, his words a reflection of his own journey, the winding roads, the cities teeming with life, the solitude of the countryside. As he spoke, he felt a shift within himself, a subtle transition from observer to participant, from listener to storyteller. For in sharing his own experiences, he became part of the tapestry, weaving his own thread into the fabric of the night. The murmurs of the tavern embraced him, a gentle reminder that despite the vastness of the world, there is a commonality that binds us all, and so the night unfolded, the conversations ebbing and flowing like the tide, each story a note in the symphony of life. The traveller, now fully immersed in the communal warmth of the tavern, found solace in the knowledge that he was not alone, that his journey was but one of many, and that in this place, at this hour, he had found a moment of connection. Thus, dear reader, as the night wore on, and the tavern's glow deepened, we leave our traveller amidst the murmurs and stories, ready to embrace the next chapter of his journey, one that promises comfort in the form of a warm mug, and the gentle, gentle clink of companionship amidst the dimly lit environs of the tavern, where shadows danced merrily upon the rough-hewn walls, and the low hum of conversation ebbed and flowed like the tide. The innkeeper stood, a figure of calm authority, presiding over his domain with the practised ease of one who had long been accustomed to the rhythms of such a place. His hands, weathered and capable, reached for the pot of spiced cider that simmered gently over the hearth, releasing aromatic tendrils that mingled with the earthy scent of pipe smoke and the faint, sweet aroma of the beeswax candles. With a deftness born of repetition, he poured the steaming liquid into sturdy mugs, each one receiving its share with a precise flourish that spoke of years in the service of weary travellers and townsfolk alike. The hot cider, a concoction of apples and spices, sent forth fragrant steam that curled and rose in delicate swirls, weaving through the air to form an ephemeral tapestry above the heads of those gathered there. The act was a simple one, yet it possessed a grace that elevated it to something almost ceremonial. The gentle, gentle clink of mugs, each meeting the wooden table with a soft, reassuring sound, created a rhythm that punctuated the murmured exchanges of the patrons. These were souls who for a brief time found themselves united by the warmth of the tavern, and the commonality of their need for refuge from the chill that lingered persistently beyond the threshold. Here, dear reader, we observe a scene of quiet camaraderie, where the sharing of cider becomes a ritual of comfort, a moment of simple pleasure that transcends the mundanity of their daily lives. Amongst this assembly, the traveller, our erstwhile protagonist, sat near the hearth, the flickering flames casting a soft glow upon his travel-worn features. As he wrapped his hands around the warm mug, a sigh escaped his lips, a sound of contentment and relief. The heat seeped into his fingers, banishing the cold that had settled into his bones during his long journey. He lifted the mug to his lips, allowing the liquid to flow over his tongue, each sip a balm to his tired spirit, the spices dancing with a gentle warmth that spread through his body. In this small act of sharing, this communal indulgence, there lay a profound sense of belonging, a rare gift for a traveller often adrift in the vast sea of humanity. The innkeeper, with his quiet wisdom, understood this well, for he had seen many such souls pass through his doors, each seeking solace in their own way. "Good cider this, don't you think?" the innkeeper remarked, his voice carrying a note of genial pride as he tended to his patrons, ensuring that each was well supplied. His eyes, twinkling with a knowing light, met those of the traveller, a silent acknowledgment passing between them. It is," replied the traveller, his voice resonant with gratitude. "It's a welcome comfort on a night such as this." The innkeeper nodded, a smile playing upon his lips, for he knew the power of such simple comforts to heal the weariness of the road. It was in these moments that the tavern transformed from a mere shelter to a haven of warmth and humanity, where stories were exchanged and laughter rang freely, binding together the disparate threads of the lives that intersected here. As the traveller leaned back, feeling the tension of the journey begin to dissolve under the gentle influence of the cider, and the congenial atmosphere, he allowed himself a rare moment of repose. The warmth of the hearth, the rhythmic clinking of mugs, and the low murmur of voices wove a cocoon of tranquillity around him. Here, in this candle-lit sanctuary, he found a fleeting sense of peace, a respite from the uncertainties that lay beyond the tavern's walls. And so, dear reader, as the night continued its quiet progression, the traveller settled into the comfort of his surroundings, ready to embrace whatever the morrow might bring. It was a moment of connection, fleeting yet profound, and as the flames crackled in the hearth, casting their glow upon the assembled company, the bonds of fellowship and shared humanity were strengthened, one cup of cider at a time, in the dimly lit tavern, where the night seeped in through cracks and crevices. The hearth stood as a beacon of warmth and cheer, its flames leaping and cavorting like impish sprites, casting an amber glow upon the timbered walls. The fire crackled with a life of its own, a living entity that transformed the room into a sanctuary against the encroaching chill of the outside world. Sparks ascended in a brief spirited dance before vanishing into the dark maw of the chimney, their ephemeral existence a reminder of life's fleeting nature. The hearth, dear reader, was not merely a source of physical warmth. It was the very heart of the tavern, a gathering place where stories were born and shared, where the weary traveller might find solace and companionship. It drew individuals to its embrace like a magnet, each seeking something intangible, perhaps comfort, perhaps connection, in its glowing embrace. Observe now the traveller, seated in a rough-hewn chair, his gaze transfixed upon the flames that flickered and flared. His eyes, weary from the road and the burdens it carried, found a peculiar peace in the dance of light and shadow. Each flicker, each crackle spoke to him in a language that transcended words, whispering tales of distant lands and bygone days, of triumphs and trials, of laughter and tears. In the shadows a tapestry unfolded, dynamic and ever-changing, as if the fire itself held stories untold. The traveller, momentarily lost in this mesmerizing dance, felt his cares slip away, if only for a moment. It was as if the fire possessed a soul, a repository of memories etched into its very essence, and each lick of flame was a gentle reminder of the passage of time, the constancy of change. Around the hearth, patrons gathered in easy camaraderie, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, their voices a gentle murmur punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or the clink of mugs. Each face told a story, each voice added a note to the symphony of human experience that played out within these walls. The innkeeper, a jovial man with a round face and a ready smile, moved among his guests with a practised grace, dispensing tankards of ale and words of cheer in equal measure. The fire tonight is a lively one," remarked a stout gentleman, his voice rich with the timbre of contentment, as he raised his mug in salute to the hearth. "It warms the bones and the spirit alike." "Aye," agreed another, a wiry fellow with a face like weathered parchment etched with lines of experience. "There's nothing like a good fire to chase away the shadows of the night." The traveller, though silent, nodded in agreement, his heart echoing the sentiment. There was something elemental, something profoundly human, in the simple act of gathering around a fire, of sharing warmth and stories, of finding common ground in the flickering light that danced upon the walls. As the night wore on, the fire continued its lively dance, undiminished by the passage of time. The shadows, too, played their part, shifting and swirling in harmony with the flames, creating an ever-changing tableau that seemed to pulse with life. It was a scene both ordinary and extraordinary, a moment captured in the amber glow of the hearth, where time seemed to pause, if only for a breath, to allow the assembled company a fleeting glimpse into the heart of human connection. And so, dear reader, the traveller sat, entranced by the fire and the warmth it bestowed. He felt a sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than himself, as if the hearth had woven a thread of commonality among those gathered in its glow. It was a moment of quiet reflection, a reminder of the enduring power of fellowship and the simple joys of shared humanity. With a sigh, the traveller allowed himself to sink deeper into his chair, his eyes still fixed upon the dancing flames. He knew that the morrow would bring its own challenges, its own journey to be undertaken, but for now he was content to sit by the fire and let its warmth envelop him, a silent witness to the stories it held within its glowing heart. As the traveller settled deeper into his chair, allowing the warmth of the flames to embrace him like an old friend, he began to take notice of the varied faces that populated the tavern, each one a solitary island in the sea of humanity, illuminated by the gentle flicker of candlelight. The room was alive with a quiet murmur, the subdued hum of voices blending with the occasional clink of glassware. And through this symphony of subtle sound, the traveller discerned the distinct notes of a fiddle being tuned. In a corner, half shrouded in shadow, sat a fiddler, a man whose weathered face bore the marks of many a journey, yet whose eyes shone with a serene focus, as if the world beyond the strings of his instrument held no sway over him. His hands moved with the practised ease of a craftsman well acquainted with his trade, fingers dancing nimbly across the strings, coaxing forth a melody that was both haunting and comforting like the whispered secrets of a forgotten past. The fiddler, though unremarkable in attire, possessed an air of quiet dignity, a testament to the artistry that transcends mere appearance. His music, a tapestry of notes woven with precision and care, spoke to the hearts of those who cared to listen, telling stories of joy and sorrow, of love lost and found, without the need for words. In the flickering candlelight, his face seemed to change with every note, as if the music itself was a living entity, breathing life into his features. Across the room, seated at a table piled high with books and papers, was a scholar, a man whose brow was furrowed in concentration, his eyes darting from page to page with the voracious appetite of a mind ever hungry for knowledge. The traveller observed him with a sense of admiration, noting the way his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as if they too were engaged in some silent symphony of thought. Occasionally the scholar would glance up, his gaze sweeping the room with a momentary curiosity before returning to the sanctuary of his books. The scholar's world was one of ideas and theories, of debates and discoveries, and though he sat alone, his solitude was not a burden but a choice, a testament to the rich inner life he cultivated with every turn of the page. In the candlelight, his face revealed the lines of a life spent in pursuit of understanding, each wrinkle a chapter, each crease a tale of intellectual endeavour. The traveller, observing these figures, the fiddler with his music and the scholar with his books, felt a profound sense of kinship, a shared solitude that was, paradoxically, a bond. Here, within the walls of the tavern, each person sought their own form of solace, finding comfort in the familiar embrace of their chosen pursuits. The traveller too was part of this tapestry, a thread woven into the fabric of the night, connected by the universal longing for connection and understanding. As the evening wore on, the fiddler's music continued to dance through the air, a gentle reminder of the beauty to be found in simplicity, while the scholar's pen scratched softly against paper, a testament to the enduring quest for truth. These sounds, though disparate, combined to create a harmony that spoke to the traveller, a silent reminder of the shared humanity that binds us all. And so, dear reader, in this moment of quiet reflection, let us consider how often we find ourselves drawn to the flickering light of a candle, seeking warmth and companionship in the faces around us, even as we journey alone. It is in these moments that we discover the true essence of our humanity, not in grand gestures or bold declarations, but in the simple act of being present, of listening, and of understanding. With a deep, contented sigh, the traveller allowed himself to sink further into his chair, the gentle, gentle hum of the tavern wrapping around him like a comforting cloak. The flickering candlelight cast its warm glow upon the faces of those gathered, each one telling its own silent story, each one a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And as the traveller closed his eyes, enveloped by the music of the fiddle and the quiet, quiet rustle of pages, he knew that this moment, this shared solitude, was a gift, a reminder that in the midst of life's trials and tribulations, we are never truly alone. The traveller, whose weary visage bore the marks of a day spent navigating the bustling streets of the fog-laden city, exhaled deeply, his breath a quiet sigh of relief that mingled with the warm, inviting air of the tavern. He sank further into his seat, the hard edges of his journey softening at last, as if the very wood of the chair had been carved to cradle his fatigue. Here, in this dimly lit haven, with its gentle, gentle hum of conversation and the soft, soft glow of candlelight casting flickering shadows upon the walls, he found himself in a world apart, a sanctuary secluded from the ceaseless clamour of the world outside. The tavern, a venerable establishment that had witnessed countless tales unfold within its time-worn walls, seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The gentle, gentle rustle of conversation, punctuated occasionally by the clink of mugs and the shuffle of feet upon the well-trodden floorboards, formed a measured symphony, a quiet, quiet music that wrapped itself around the traveller like a familiar cloak. This was a place where time itself appeared to slow, where the relentless march of hours gave way to a more languid rhythm, allowing the worries and burdens of the day to dissolve, as if carried away on an invisible tide. As he cradled his mug, its warmth seeping into his hands, the traveller felt an unexpected lightness, as though the weight of his journey had been lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and belonging. The tavern, with its intimate corners and expansive heart, offered a rare communion, a space where one might simply be, free from the unyielding demands of the world beyond its doors. Here, in this bastion of shared solitude, he need not wear the armour of pretense or feign the confidence he often donned in the company of strangers. Instead, he could exist in his truest form, a participant in the quiet dance of humanity that unfolded around him. To the reader, who perhaps knows too well the ceaseless demands of the world, I say, there exists, even in the most bustling of cities, places where the soul may find respite, where the heart may bask in the gentle, gentle glow of community and shared experience. In such sanctuaries, the weary traveller, whether in body or spirit, may discover the balm of connection, the solace of knowing that he is not alone in his journey. The traveller, his gaze now wandering the room, observed the varied faces of his fellow patrons, each one a testament to the rich tapestry of life that the tavern wove together. There was the elderly gentleman, his spectacles perched precariously upon his nose as he pored over a well-thumbed tome, and the young couple, their heads bent close in whispered conversation, their eyes bright with the promise of a future yet unwritten. There were labourers with their rough hands and honest laughter, and the solitary drinker lost in thought, each one contributing to the quiet hum of life that filled the air. As he watched, the traveller found himself smiling, a small genuine expression that crept upon his lips unbidden. It was a smile born not of mirth, but of a deeper understanding, a recognition of the shared humanity that bound them all, disparate though their paths might be. In this moment, nestled in the heart of the tavern, he was more than a mere observer. He was part of the intricate dance of life, woven into the fabric of this place by the simple act of being present. And so the traveller allowed himself to surrender to the embrace of the tavern, to become one with the gentle ebb and flow of its existence. Here, within these walls, he found not only refuge from the world, but a reminder of the enduring bonds that connect us all, a testament to the resilience and grace of the human spirit. As he settled more deeply into his seat, the traveller knew that this place, with its quiet corners and warm embrace, would linger in his memory long after he had departed, a beacon of light in the often tumultuous sea of life. And in this moment of shared solitude he felt truly at home. In the dimly lit tavern, where the glow of the hearth played gently upon the walls, a hush descended as the fiddler, a man of humble yet captivating presence, took his place by the fire. His face bore the lines of many years, each wrinkle a testament to the countless stories he had gathered along his journey through life, and his fingers, though weathered by time, moved with an agility that belied their age. Without a word he lifted his instrument, cradling it lovingly beneath his chin, and with a knowing nod to the gentle hum of the room, he drew the bow across the strings, coaxing forth a slow, lilting melody that began to weave through the air like a whispering breeze. The notes, oh how they danced, moved with a grace that seemed to defy the very laws of the physical world, floating effortlessly as if carried by unseen currents, until they filled every corner of the room. The music was not merely heard, it was felt, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present, stirring memories of distant places and times long past. Indeed, it was a tune familiar to all, a melody that spoke to the soul with the language of nostalgia, reminding each listener of home, of hearth, and of the inexorable passage of time. The patrons, who but moments before had been engaged in their own lively conversations, now found themselves drawn to the music's spell. Their voices dipped to a whisper, then ceased altogether as they surrendered to the enchanting strains that enveloped them. Faces that had been animated with the vigour of discourse now softened, their expressions turning inward as the melody wove its tapestry of sound, mingling delightfully with the crackling of the hearth and the occasional clink of mugs. It was as if the very soul of the tavern had shifted from one of restless murmur to serene attentiveness, and in this quietude the music wove its magic. Our fiddler, the architect of this transformation, stood with eyes closed, lost in the world his music had conjured. His fingers moved deftly, with a precision and passion that bespoke a lifetime devoted to his craft, and a life lived in pursuit of beauty amidst the ordinary. Each note he played was a brushstroke upon the canvas of the night, painting images of joy and sorrow, of love and loss, evoking a rich tapestry of human emotion that bound the listeners in shared reverie. Consider, dear reader, the power of music to unite, to heal and to inspire. Here, within these humble walls, it served as a bridge across the chasms of difference, connecting individuals of varied backgrounds and circumstances in a collective embrace of harmony. The tavern, a microcosm of society itself, stood as a testament to the resilience and grace of the human spirit, where shared experiences transcended the barriers of class and station. As the final notes lingered in the air, like echoes of a dream not quite forgotten, a gentle sigh escaped the lips of the assembled patrons, a collective exhalation that marked the end of the music's ephemeral spell. The fiddler, opening his eyes with a softness born of contentment, offered a modest bow to his audience, acknowledging with humility the gift he had bestowed upon them, and they, in turn, responded with a scattered, appreciative applause, their hearts warmed by the shared experience of beauty. The atmosphere, once again filled with the low hum of conversation, retained an air of quiet reflection, as if each person carried within them a fragment of the melody's magic. The fiddler, his work for the moment complete, returned to his seat by the fire, a small satisfied smile playing upon his lips, content in the knowledge that he had, if only for a moment, lifted the spirits of those around him. Thus, as the night wore on, the patrons found themselves drawn closer, united by the music's lingering embrace. And in this renewed sense of connection, stories began to flow, voices soft, and filled with warmth, as they shared tales of fortune, of loss, and of life itself. In the dimly lit heart of the tavern, where the flickering candles cast their warm, wavering glow upon the time-worn faces of its patrons, stories began to unfurl like the delicate petals of a flower in the spring sun. The fiddler's melody, having woven its invisible threads of camaraderie, lingered in the air, a gently fading echo that invited soft murmurs and the sharing of tales. Seated at a table near the hearth, where the fire crackled amiably, was a merchant of modest means, his round spectacles perched precariously atop his nose. He leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with the satisfaction of a small triumph, as he recounted to those gathered around him the tale of a lost coin, a sovereign, to be precise, that had slipped from his grasp during a bustling day at the market. "Ah, my friends," he began, his voice imbued with the warmth of recollection. "It was a day much like any other, bustling and busy, and there I was, fumbling with my purse amidst the clamour of the market, when, as fate would have it, the sovereign slipped away, rolling like a mischievous sprite evading capture." He paused, allowing the suspense to build, his listeners leaning in, eager for the conclusion. "But fortune smiled upon me," he continued, "for as I retraced my steps, resigned to my loss, there it was, sparkling in the gutter, as if it had been waiting for my return." His tale concluded with a chuckle, a small celebration of life's unpredictable kindnesses. At the adjacent table, a sailor, rugged and weathered by the relentless embrace of the sea, offered his own narrative to the night. With a voice that carried the rhythm of distant waves, he spoke of a tempestuous evening upon the deck of his ship, when the stormy skies seemed determined to wrest them from their path. In that hour of turmoil, he said, his eyes reflecting the memory of the surging waters, a stranger appeared, a figure cloaked in the rain, offering a hand in the midst of chaos. He was but a fleeting presence, vanished as swiftly as he had come. Yet his kindness, his courage, shall remain with me forever. The sailor's voice softened, a wistful note lingering in the air, as if to remind all present of the transient nature of human encounters. Across the room another traveller, cloaked in the attire of a respectable gentleman, shared his own musings, his voice a gentle cadence against the backdrop of the murmuring crowd. "I speak of a journey," he began, "a simple carriage ride through the rain-soaked roads of the countryside. The rhythm of the wheels upon the cobblestones, the sway and bump as we traversed the uneven path, reminded me incessantly of life's own unpredictable journey." He paused, the candlelight casting shadows upon his contemplative face. Yet within that carriage, amidst the jostling and the jolting, was a sense of shared experience, an unspoken bond with fellow travellers, each bump a reminder of the road we all must travel. His voice trailed off, the echoes of his words mingling with the soft hum of the tavern. These stories, though seemingly simple in their telling, held within them the depth of shared human experience, the joy of small victories, the impact of fleeting kindnesses, the camaraderie found in shared journeys. Each tale was a thread, weaving a tapestry of connection that bound the patrons together, a reminder that beneath the veneer of daily existence lay a common humanity, rich with the textures of life's myriad experiences. And so, as the candles burned low and the night deepened, the tavern became a sanctuary of stories, a place where the burdens of the world were momentarily set aside, where laughter and memory intermingled, and where the simple act of sharing became an affirmation of life itself. It was in this gentle communion, this exchange of tales, that the patrons found solace and strength, preparing them for the next chapter of their own narratives. As the tales concluded, the tavern door swung open with a soft creak, drawing the attention of those within. A young boy, the candlemaker's son, stepped inside, his arms laden with new tapers, familiar to all who frequented the tavern. His presence was greeted with nods and smiles, a gentle acknowledgement of continuity as the stories of the night lingered, echoing softly in the warm glow of the candlelight. The tavern door swung open with a soft creak, a sound that, though subtle, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to turn heads and catch ears. It was the candlemaker's son who entered, a lad of tender years yet carrying himself with the quiet assurance of one well accustomed to his task. His arms were laden with tapers, each one a small promise of renewed illumination, a beacon of light in the otherwise dim surroundings. The boy was well known within these walls, a familiar figure whose presence was as routine as the nightly gathering of patrons seeking respite from the world's tribulations. As he stepped inside, the murmured conversations paused momentarily, and nods of acknowledgement were exchanged. The quiet smiles of the assembled crowd serving as a tacit acceptance of the boy's invaluable contribution. He moved with a practiced ease, weaving between the tables and chairs, his small figure deftly navigating the labyrinthine arrangement of the tavern's interior. The patrons resumed their dialogues, their spirits lifted slightly by the prospect of a brighter, more hospitable environment. With nimble fingers, the boy set about his work, replacing the stubs in the sconces with fresh candles, their wax smooth to the touch, and their wicks awaiting the kiss of flame. Each new taper was placed with care, the old and spent ones collected with equal attention, for the boy seemed to possess an innate understanding of his role in this nightly ritual. It was a task that required diligence and precision, for the flicker of a candle's light was more than mere illumination. It was a symbol of continuity, a reassurance that even in the darkest hour there was light to be found. As the flames caught and danced upon their wicks, the room was transformed. Shadows receded, revealing the faces of those gathered, faces etched with lines of care, of laughter, of life itself. The renewed glow cast by the candles seemed to imbue the space with a warmth that went beyond mere physical comfort, reaching into the very souls of those present. It was an atmosphere of refuge, a sanctuary from the relentless march of time and the burdens it carried. One could not help but observe, dear reader, the subtle yet profound change that the boy's actions wrought upon the tavern. There is a lesson to be gleaned here, perhaps, about the impact of even the smallest gestures, a reminder that in a world often shrouded in uncertainty, the simplest acts of service can hold the greatest significance. Yet let us not dwell overly on moralizing, for the scene before us is rich enough in its own right. The boy, having completed his task, paused to survey his work, his eyes reflecting the light of the candles he had so carefully tended. There was a quiet satisfaction in his demeanour, a contentment that comes from a job well done, and as he turned to leave, the room seemed to exhale a collective breath of gratitude. The patrons, though returning to their own affairs, carried within them a renewed sense of hope, a testament to the power of light in its many forms. As the boy made his way to the door, a gentleman seated near the hearth nodded appreciatively, offering a few coins as a token of thanks. The boy accepted them with a modest bow, his expression one of humble gratitude rather than expectation. It was in such exchanges that the true spirit of the tavern was revealed, a microcosm of society where bonds were forged not through grand gestures, but through the quiet, unassuming acts of kindness that knit together the fabric of community. With his task complete and his pockets a little heavier, the boy departed, the door closing behind him with the same soft creak that had announced his arrival. The tavern, now bathed in a renewed glow, seemed to settle into a more comfortable rhythm, the stories and laughter of its patrons resonating warmly within its walls, and as the scene unfolded, one could almost sense the watchful eyes of a striped cat, poised atop the counter, observing the comings and goings with dignified composure. In the dimly lit tavern, where the flickering shadows of candlelight danced upon the walls and mingled with the murmur of voices, there sat a singular creature of dignified repose atop the counter, a striped cat, whose regal presence lent an air of tranquil authority to the bustling room. This feline, with her eyes half closed in a state of contentment, seemed to possess a wisdom beyond her years, surveying the comings and goings with a languid grace that was both unhurried and observant. To those familiar with the tavern, the cat was no mere animal, but rather a fixture as integral to the establishment as the very beams and bricks that held it together. She was the spirit of the place incarnate, calm, unperturbed and endlessly watchful. Her striped coat of tawny brown and black seemed to blend with the worn wood of the counter, as if she were an extension of the very bar itself. Her presence was a gentle reminder that amidst the clamour of human affairs there existed a serene observer perched above the fray. Patrons, each absorbed in their own conversations and libations, would occasionally reach out a hand seeking the soft warmth of her fur, and when they did, the cat would deign to acknowledge them with a soft purr, a sound so subtle yet so enveloping it seemed to vibrate through the wooden bar and resonate warmly within the hearts of those nearby. It was as if she bestowed a benediction upon the tavern, a blessing of peace amidst the chaos. "Ah, Miss Paws," an elderly gentleman remarked, his voice tinged with the geniality of old age, as he gently stroked her back. "You are the guardian of our little haven, aren't you?" The cat, in her infinite wisdom, merely blinked, her eyes opening briefly to regard him before returning to their half-lidded state of repose. The tavern-keeper, a man of substantial girth, and a face perpetually creased with good-natured cheer, glanced over at the scene with a knowing smile. "She sees more than any of us, that one," he said, nodding in the direction of the cat. "Knows when trouble's brewing, she does, and when it's time to settle down." His voice was a blend of pride and affection, as if he spoke of a cherished family member rather than a mere animal. Indeed, the cat's presence had a remarkable effect upon the tavern's atmosphere. While the patrons engaged in the hearty business of eating, drinking, and storytelling, the room seemed to pulse with a subdued energy, a rhythm that was somehow attuned to the cat's own measured breathing. It was a curious phenomenon, dear reader, how such a small creature could exert such a profound influence upon her surroundings. As the night wore on, and the clock ticked ever closer to the witching hour, the tavern grew quieter, the voices hushed to a gentle murmur. The patrons, now more relaxed, leaned back in their chairs, allowing the warmth of the fire and the soft glow of the candles to wash over them. It was in these moments of tranquillity that the cat's role as a guardian became most evident. Her watchful eyes, now fully open, swept the room with a gaze that seemed to gather all its secrets and hold them in trust. Occasionally a new patron would enter, the door creaking softly as it swung open to admit them. The cat's head would swivel in their direction, and for a brief moment her eyes would meet theirs, a silent greeting, a tacit acknowledgement of their presence. It was a curious thing how this simple act could make the room feel more intimate, more connected. Thus did the evening progress, with the cat maintaining her vigil as the world outside grew ever more silent, the fog curling against the windows like a shroud. Inside, the patrons, now lulled into a comfortable rhythm, continued their conversations in softer tones, their laughter subdued but genuine. The cat, ever watchful, seemed to approve, her purr resonating faintly as she settled more deeply into her place atop the counter, a gentle, gentle guardian of this candle-lit sanctuary. The world outside the tavern lay cloaked in an impenetrable fog, a mist that seemed to have emerged from the depths of a forgotten dream, winding its spectral fingers around the cobblestones and curling with ghostly persistence against the windows of the establishment. It was as if nature herself had donned a shroud, obscuring the familiar contours of the city, and in doing so had wrapped the tavern in a cocoon of silence, an embrace both eerie and comforting. The usual cacophony of bustling streets, the clattering of carriage wheels, and the distant cries of vendors were muffled, reduced to mere whispers by this ethereal veil. Inside the tavern, the patrons, an eclectic assembly of society's varied strata, sat in a state of unwitting contemplation, their gazes drifting occasionally toward the windows that now served as the thin veil between warmth and uncertainty. The glass, dimmed by the external moisture, reflected back the candlelight in a dance of flickering shadows and soft, soft glows, creating a delicate interplay of light and dark that seemed to mirror the very nature of human existence. There was a particular fascination in the way the fog clung to the window panes, as if attempting to infiltrate the sanctuary within. Some patrons, perhaps moved by a sense of curiosity, found their eyes drawn to this sight, pondering the mysteries that lay beyond. It was a natural inclination, dear reader, to consider the unknown with a mixture of intrigue and trepidation, for what is life if not a series of questions answered only by experience and time? Yet the tavern itself provided a stark contrast to the obscured world beyond its walls. Within, the hearth glowed with a warmth that was both physical and emotional, casting a gentle, reassuring light that embraced each individual, regardless of their station in life. The patrons, whether labourers with calloused hands or gentlemen of leisure, were united in this refuge, their differences softened by the shared comfort of the tavern's protective embrace. Consider, if you will, the simple act of a man taking a sip from his tankard, the amber liquid reflecting the candlelight like liquid gold. It is a moment of quiet appreciation, and acknowledgement of the small pleasures that life offers even amidst uncertainty. The humble cobbler, seated near the window, pauses in his conversation with a companion to gaze at the fog, his thoughts perhaps wandering to the corners of the city he has yet to explore. Nearby, a young woman, her bonnet tipped at a jaunty angle, regards the same scene with a smile that speaks of contentment, untroubled by the mysteries that lie beyond. Indeed, the interplay between inside and outside, light and shadow, warmth and chill, served as a reminder of the delicate balance of existence. The tavern, with its flickering candles and soft murmur of voices, stood as an emblem of sanctuary in a world fraught with uncertainty. It was a place where the weary traveller and the local resident alike could find solace, if only for a moment, in the company of others and the simplicity of shared human experience. As the evening wore on, the patrons, lulled by the steady rhythm of conversation and the gentle crackle of the fire, found themselves increasingly at ease. The fog outside, once a source of enigmatic allure, now served merely as a backdrop to the warmth and camaraderie within. Each glance toward the windows was met with a renewed appreciation for the refuge they had found, a gratitude for the light that kept the darkness at bay. The cat, that ever-watchful sentinel of the tavern, stretched languidly upon the counter, her purr a gentle reminder of the peace that reigned within these walls. She too seemed to acknowledge the contrast between the world outside and the haven within, her contentment mirrored by the patrons who now regarded her with fondness, as if she were a talisman of good fortune. And so, dear reader, as the hour grew late, and the fog pressed ever closer against the windows, the patrons of the tavern found a collective solace in the warmth of their surroundings. They were reminded, in that quiet, reflective way that only such moments can afford, of the simple joys to be found in companionship and the light that glows steadily against the encroaching darkness. In a dimly lit corner of the tavern, where the shadows played mischievously upon the walls, and the gentle flicker of a solitary candle cast a modest glow, there sat a scholar, an unassuming figure, yet one whose presence carried the quiet dignity of a man devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. His spectacles perched precariously upon the bridge of his nose, and his fingers, ink-stained from countless hours of scribbling thoughts and theories, turned the pages of a weighty tome with reverence. It was a book of some consequence, dear reader, for it held within its covers the wisdom of ages past, and as he read, his voice, though soft, carried the weight of those words with a clarity that cut through the tavern's ambient murmur. The scholar, whose name was of little import to those gathered around, began to read aloud. His voice, steady and measured, wove tales of distant lands and ancient civilizations, of philosophers whose ideas had shaped the very foundations of their understanding. His reading was not a mere recital of facts, but an invitation to journey beyond the confines of the tavern, beyond the narrow streets of the city, and into the boundless realms of thought and imagination. It was a curious thing how the patrons, who moments before had been engaged in their own private conversations and musings, slowly turned their attention to this learned figure. The simple cadence of his voice, the rhythm of the words, drew them in, as if some invisible thread of curiosity connected them all. Some nodded in agreement, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Others leaned back, allowing the scholar's words to wash over them like a gentle tide. "Consider," he said, his voice imbued with the gentle authority of one who has pondered long upon such matters, "the teachings of the ancient sages, who in their wisdom saw the world not as it is, but as it could be, a place of endless potential and boundless discovery. They understood the virtues of patience and perseverance, values that, though often overlooked in our hurried age, remain as vital today as they were in times long past." As he spoke, his words seemed to breathe life into the dusty pages, transforming them from mere ink and paper into vibrant living ideas. The air in the tavern, already thick with the scent of pipe smoke and the warmth of human presence, took on an additional quality, a sense of shared intellectual engagement, as if the very walls leaned in to listen. The scholar paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Then, with a wry smile that hinted at the gentle irony of his own musings, he continued, "It is said, dear friends, that knowledge is a lantern in the dark. It illuminates our path, yet also casts shadows, reminding us of our limitations and the vastness of what we have yet to learn." The patrons, from the modest tradesman to the more refined gentleman, each found something to reflect upon, some morsel of thought to chew over in the quiet of their own minds. It was a rare moment of unity, a reminder that in the vast tapestry of human experience, the threads of learning and curiosity weave us together, despite our differences. As the scholar's voice filled the room, the tavern seemed to transform, if only for a moment, into a haven of intellectual curiosity, a sanctuary where ideas could flourish and grow, nurtured by the fertile soil of shared understanding. In this microcosm of society, where individuals from all walks of life gathered, there existed a tacit acknowledgement of the importance of such gatherings, where minds could meet and exchange thoughts freely without fear of judgment or reproach. The scholar's reading was drawing to a close, his voice trailing off like the last notes of a melody, leaving behind a resonant silence filled with the echoes of his words. And yet, dear reader, it was not an ending, but a beginning, an opening of doors to new thoughts and ideas that would linger long after the candle's flame had flickered out. As he closed the tome with a gentle, gentle thud, the patrons, moved by the quiet majesty of the moment, prepared to mark the occasion with a gentle, gentle toast, each raising their mug in silent communion with the night's shared peace. In the dim, flickering embrace of the tavern's candlelight, the last reverberating notes of the scholar's recitation seemed to linger in the air, a gentle, gentle echo of wisdom, shared and absorbed. The patrons, having been drawn into the scholarly cadence, sat in a contemplative hush, as if the very walls of the tavern had absorbed the profundity of his words. It was a silence not born of emptiness, but rather a rich, fertile pause pregnant with the potential for reflection and connection. At the central tables, where individuals had gathered closely, each person seemed momentarily lost in their own thoughts, yet keenly aware of the shared atmosphere. Slowly, as if guided by an unspoken agreement, several patrons began to raise their mugs. It was not the boisterous cheer of revellers, nor the raucous clamour of a festive crowd, but a quiet, deliberate gesture, a gentle, gentle toast to the evening's shared peace. These mugs, lifted with a solemn grace, were a testament to the silent communion that had formed amongst these disparate souls. The patrons, so varied in their origins and destinies, were united in this simple act of acknowledgement. There was Mr. Pumblechook, the plump and prosperous corn merchant who, despite his tendency towards self-congratulation, found himself moved by the evening's shared humanity. And there was Miss Havisham, her eyes softening as she regarded the scene with an unexpected warmth. As their mugs met in the air, the resulting clink was almost musical, a subtle harmony that blended seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the tavern. The gentle crackling of the hearth, the distant murmur of conversations, and the soft rustle of garments. This symphony of sound, delicate yet profound, underscored the evening's essence, a coming together of strangers in mutual respect and understanding. "Here's to peace," murmured one gentleman, his voice barely rising above a whisper, yet carrying a weight of sincerity that resonated with those around him. "To shared moments," echoed another, a woman with kind eyes, and a countenance marked by the trials and tribulations of life, her voice carrying the warmth of her spirit. And so it was that this simple toast became a moment of quiet acknowledgement, a bridge spanning the chasm of individual existence, drawing each soul into the fold of collective experience. The patrons, in their gentle reverie, found themselves part of something greater than their solitary selves, a transient yet enduring tapestry of human connection. Dear reader, it is at such moments that one might reflect upon the nature of society itself, where individuals, though often ensnared in the web of their own affairs, can find solace and strength in the shared experiences of others. It is not mere coincidence that brings such souls together, but rather the invisible threads of common humanity woven through the fabric of life itself. As the patrons lowered their mugs, their eyes met across the tables, sharing silent smiles and nods of understanding. It was a gesture that spoke of camaraderie, of unspoken bonds forged in the crucible of shared experience. In that moment, the tavern was transformed into a haven, a sanctuary from the tumultuous world outside, where the cobblestones lay shrouded in fog, and the night held its secrets close. The fire in the hearth flickered gently, casting a warm glow over the assembled company, as if to mirror the warmth that now suffused their hearts. Conversations resumed in hushed tones, the topics ranging from the mundane to the profound, yet all imbued with a newfound sense of respect and camaraderie. As the hour grew late, the energy within the tavern began to shift subtly. The fiddler, sensing the change, laid his bow aside, allowing the music of the room to take on a softer, more introspective quality. The patrons, too, adjusted their postures, leaning closer to one another as the fire's glow became more pronounced against the encroaching shadows. And so, dear reader, we leave them in this quiet communion, poised at the threshold of a new hour with the gentle promise of more to come. As the stroke of midnight receded into the annals of time, the air within the candlelit tavern shifted ever so subtly, dear reader, as if the very atmosphere, having been charged with lively discourse and the spirited strains of the fiddler's bow, now released its breath in a gentle, collective buoy. Conversations, once vibrant and peppered with hearty laughter, softened to a murmur, each voice weaving into the next like the threads of a well-worn tapestry, rich with stories and secrets shared under the benevolent glow of candlelight. The fiddler, a character of some repute known to frequent establishments such as this, had laid aside his bow, allowing his instrument a moment of repose. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers absently tracing the worn patterns of the table before him, as though seeking inspiration from the very wood itself. His eyes, half closed, reflected the flickering firelight, an eternal dance of shadow and illumination that played upon the walls, casting long, mysterious figures that seemed to engage in a silent, spectral ballet. Around him, the patrons settled deeper into their seats, as if lulled by the slow, rhythmic cadence of the hour. Men of business, their voices once booming with the assuredness of commerce, now spoke in hushed tones, their discussions of trade and tariffs diminished to mere whispers against the backdrop of the encroaching night. Ladies adorned in the fashion of the day exchanged confidences with a discretion befitting their station, their expressions softened by the evening's gentle embrace. The fire's glow, warm and constant, became more pronounced as the shadows lengthened, casting a comforting halo around those who gathered near its hearth. It was as if the very essence of the tavern had gathered itself into this singular point of light, a beacon of solace and familiarity in the gathering dark. The interplay of light and shadow seemed to echo the shifting moods of the patrons themselves, each flicker of the flame a reminder of the transient nature of time, each shadow a whisper of the unknown yet to come. In one corner a weathered sailor, his life etched upon his face like the lines of an ancient map, leaned back with a contented sigh, his pipe smoke curling lazily towards the ceiling. His tales of distant shores and tempestuous seas had, for the moment, been set aside, replaced by a serene contemplation that spoke of journeys both past and yet unfathomed. Across the room, a young couple, newly acquainted perhaps by the fortune of shared circumstance, exchanged shy glances, their words few, but charged with the promise of discovery, a future yet unwritten. And so it was, dear reader, that the tavern, in all its bustling complexity, settled into a moment of introspective calm, the vibrant energy of earlier hours giving way to a more reflective repose. The patrons, like the characters of a well-loved novel, found themselves at a juncture, poised between the known and the unknown, the past and the promise of what might yet unfold. It is in such moments, when time seems to hesitate on the cusp of change, that one might find the truest measure of humanity. In the quiet communion of shared experience, there is a profound understanding, a recognition of the common threads that bind us all, regardless of station or circumstance. The constancy of the fire and the gentle glow of candlelight offered a grounding presence, a reminder that in the ebb and flow of life's great narrative, there is always a chapter yet to be written. As the hour grew late, the tavern's patrons, aware of the passage of time in the way that only those who have lingered in good company can be, began to lean further into the comforting embrace of their seats, their voices merging with the gentle hum of the evening. It was a moment suspended in time, where the energy of the room seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the inevitable descent into the hush of night. And thus we leave them at this threshold, dear reader, with the gentle promise of more to come, a transition from the lively engagement of the evening to the restful calm of night's deeper quiet. As the hour slipped inexorably into the domain of midnight, dear reader, the Candlelit Tavern was transformed into a scene of dreamlike stillness, where the vibrant energy of earlier hours had subsided into a gentle hum of tranquility. The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows upon the walls, their dance a slow, deliberate waltz that whispered of secrets and stories untold. The hearth, once a blazing beacon of warmth, now offered only the soft glow of embers, their light a tender embrace upon the weary faces of the tavern's patrons. The air, redolent with the lingering scent of pipe smoke and aged wood, seemed to cradle each individual in a comforting cocoon of reverie. Chairs creaked softly under the shifting weight of bodies, seeking solace in the quietude, as if the very furniture sought to join in this collective sigh of contentment. It was a tableau of serene meditation, where the once lively chatter had dissolved into the silent communication of shared human experience. Observe, if you will, the venerable Mr. Nibbs, a man of stout constitution and grizzled beard, who sat hunched at the corner table, nursing the final dregs of his ale. His gaze, fixed upon the amber liquid, was unfocused, his thoughts adrift in the nebulous space between wakefulness and slumber. Across the room, the fair Miss Eliza, who had earlier regaled the company with tales of her travels, now sat with her chin resting delicately upon her hand, her eyes half closed as if tracing the contours of distant memories. The tavern, once a cacophony of clinking tankards and boisterous laughter, had settled into a hushed symphony of introspection. Here, the artful Mr. Wicks, a tailor by trade and philosopher by nature, leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlaced across his midsection, as he pondered the peculiarities of fate and fortune. There, young Timothy, the errand boy with dreams as vast as the ocean, sat with a faint smile playing upon his lips, his imagination weaving the fabric of future adventures. Each patron, though solitary in their musings, was part of a larger unspoken connection, a tapestry of humanity bound by the gentle cadence of the hour. The tavern, in its dreamlike stillness, had become a sanctuary from the world's relentless march, a place where time itself seemed to pause, allowing its occupants the rare luxury of reflection. It is in these quiet moments, dear reader, that the soul finds its voice when the clamour of daily life falls away to reveal the truths that lie beneath. Here, amidst the soft shadows and mellow light, the patrons of the Candlelit Tavern encountered themselves, each a traveller on the winding path of their own narrative, yet united by the simple grace of shared existence. The hour grew late, and the weight of the day settled gently upon the shoulders of those within. The flickering candles, like sentinels of the night, watched over their repose, casting a warm glow upon the scene that was at once intimate and infinite. It was a moment suspended in time, dear reader, where the boundaries of reality blurred, and the heart could wander freely in the landscapes of dreams. And thus, as the night deepened, the Candlelit Tavern became a haven of introspective calm, its patrons lulled by the comforting embrace of silence. The lively engagement of earlier hours had gracefully transitioned into a meditative stillness, a quiet reflection that spoke of the enduring human spirit and its capacity for wonder. As we take our leave of this tranquil scene, dear reader, let us carry with us the gentle reminder of the beauty to be found in moments of quietude, where the soul can breathe and the heart can listen. In this serene and dreamlike atmosphere, the stage is set for further revelations as the night holds its breath in anticipation of what is yet to unfold. When next we return, we shall find among the patrons a sailor, whose journey into slumber will weave yet another thread into the rich tapestry of this midnight tableau. In the dim recesses of the Candlelit Tavern, nestled by the comforting warmth of the hearth, there sat a figure whose presence spoke of voyages untold and oceans traversed. He was a sailor, recognisable not only by the weathered cap perched precariously upon his head, but also by the sun-touched skin that bore witness to 1,000 suns and the gentle lines that life at sea had etched upon his visage. This man of the sea, with a heart as vast as the waters he sailed, had succumbed to the irresistible pull of sleep, his head nodding, slowly, until it came to rest upon his folded arms, cradled as if by the very waves that had long been his companions. The pipe that protruded lazily from his lips emitted a thin curl of smoke which ascended languidly into the tavern's air, mingling with the myriad scents of tobacco, ale, and the faint whisper of the sea. This smoke, a ghostly wisp of his wakeful moments, seemed to linger as if reluctant to bid farewell to the tales of distant shores and salty breezes, which now felt to all present like a world away. The smoke bore silent testimony to the stories shared, to the adventures embarked upon, and to the surging tides of life lived with boldness. The other patrons, their own conversation softened to a gentle murmur, cast occasional glances toward the sailor, their expressions touched with a tender, almost reverential affection. There was a collective comfort to be found in his repose, a shared understanding that transcended words, as if his peaceful slumber was a balm for weary souls. The sight of him, ensconced in the embrace of sleep, offered a tranquil counterpoint to the earlier lively discourse marking the evening's descent into a softer, more introspective phase. The innkeeper, a man of practised hand and discerning eye, noted the sailor's state with a subtle nod, a tacit acknowledgment of the night's gentle unfolding. He moved quietly among the patrons, his steps measured and deliberate, as he bestowed the evening's final draughts upon those who remained, still eager to savour the last vestiges of camaraderie that the night would allow. It was a dance of sorts, this nightly ritual performed with a grace that belied the hour's lateness and the day's labours that had preceded it. As the shadows lengthened and the candles flickered, casting their capricious light upon the sailor's slumbering form, the patrons found themselves drawn into a shared reverie. There was a silent agreement, an unspoken pact, to let the sailor rest, undisturbed by the world's demands, if only for a moment longer. His presence was a reminder, too, of the ways in which stories bind us, of the common threads that weave through the fabric of human experience, connecting us across time and space. In this quietude, the heart could listen, unfettered by the clamour of daily life, to the whispers of dreams and the echoes of distant lands. It was a time for reflection, for the gentle, gentle contemplation of the paths we tread, and for the recognition of the shared humanity that resides in each of us. The tavern, a microcosm of society, stood as a testament to the enduring power of fellowship, to the solace found in the company of strangers who, through the alchemy of shared stories and quiet moments, become friends. And so, dear reader, we find ourselves at a pause, a moment of suspended animation in which the world outside is held at bay, and the warmth of the hearth, the lull of pipe smoke, and the sight of a sailor at rest all conspire to create a tableau of rare and fleeting beauty. Let us linger here, just a while longer, in this place where the heart can breathe and the soul can find respite before the night resumes its inexorable march toward dawn. As the clock's hands inched inexorably toward the midnight hour, the tavern retained its intimate warmth, the glow from the candles reflecting off the polished wood, casting a gentle luminescence that seemed to soothe the weary souls gathered within its walls. The innkeeper, a man of substantial but unobtrusive presence, moved amongst his patrons with the quiet assurance of a ship's captain navigating familiar waters, refilling mugs and offering a comforting smile to those who sought the solace of their evening's last pour. His movements were slow, deliberate, each pour a graceful gesture that resonated with the rhythm of the night. The sound of liquid cascading into mugs, a soft, melodic counterpoint to the crackling fire, was akin to the whisper of a well-loved tale passed from one generation to the next. It was in these moments, dear reader, that the innkeeper's true artistry shone. His presence, steady and reassuring, was the heartbeat of the tavern, ensuring each guest felt attended to, their needs met, as the night began its gentle descent into closure. "Thank you, kind sir," murmured a gentleman seated by the hearth, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, his voice a touch weary yet content. The innkeeper nodded with a slight bow, the corners of his mouth lifting in a knowing smile, for he understood the unspoken language of gratitude that often accompanied the last drink of the night. He moved on, attending to the sailor who sat nearby, his weather-beaten face softened by the warmth of the tavern's embrace. As the innkeeper poured the rich amber liquid into the sailor's mug, he paused, his eyes meeting those of his patron. "A fair wind tomorrow, I trust," he said, his voice carrying the subtle timbre of encouragement. The sailor, rugged and resilient, chuckled softly, a sound that spoke of seas navigated and storms weathered. "Aye, and a fairess tonight," he replied, raising his mug in a salute of camaraderie, the bond between them as enduring as the tavern itself. Around the room, the patrons settled into the gentle hum of conversation, their voices blending with the symphony of clinking mugs and the soft rustle of clothing. Here in this haven from the city's harshness, the distinctions of class and station faded into the background, leaving in their place a shared humanity that transcended the rigid structures of Victorian society. The innkeeper, with his practised hand and compassionate eye, was the silent orchestrator of this harmonious ensemble, his service a testament to the enduring power of kindness and attention. As he moved to the next table where a young couple sat, hands intertwined, eyes locked in a gaze that spoke of tender promises, the innkeeper's presence was like a gentle benediction. He filled their mugs with a deftness that bespoke years of familiarity with his craft, and as he did so the couple exchanged soft words, their laughter a light, airy note in the tavern's melody. The evening's closure was marked not by abruptness, but by a gradual winding down, much like the final notes of a well-played symphony. The innkeeper continued his rounds, his footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor, each step a measured cadence that underscored the night's gentle, gentle retreat. His face, lined with years of experience yet softened by the glow of the candles, bore the expression of one who understood the myriad tales that unfolded within these walls. Tales of joy and sorrow, of hope and despair, all woven together in the intricate tapestry of human experience. And so, as the night drew to a close, the innkeeper's steady hand ensured that each patron found their place within the tapestry, their needs met, their spirits lifted. It was in this quiet service, this attentive care, that the true heart of the tavern resided, a place where the weary could find respite, if only for a fleeting moment, from the trials of the world outside. As the final mugs were filled and the last words exchanged, the innkeeper cast a lingering glance around the room, his gaze resting briefly on each face as if to commit the scene to memory. The candles flickered, their flames casting elongated shadows that danced across the walls, a prelude to the night's inevitable end. And with that, dear reader, we too shall take our leave, letting the warmth of the tavern linger in our thoughts as we prepare to step once more into the embrace of the night. As the hour crept inexorably onward, the tavern's once lively atmosphere began to yield to a more subdued, contemplative mood, as if the very walls themselves were growing weary of the night's revelry. The candles, those steadfast sentinels of the evening, continued their tireless vigil, though their flames now flickered with a precarious uncertainty, casting shadows that danced and stretched across the tavern's dimly lit interior. These shadows, dear reader, were no longer the sharp, defined silhouettes of earlier hours, but rather they had softened, blurred at the edges, merging into one another as if to whisper secrets of the past, the present, and the inexorably approaching dawn. The patrons, too, seemed to feel this subtle shift in the air as they gathered their coats closer, speaking in hushed tones lest they disturb the delicate balance between light and dark. Here, in this humble establishment, a microcosm of society itself, one could observe the gentle winding down of the evening, a tapestry woven with threads of human interaction, each thread a story in its own right, each story a testament to the passage of time. Consider, if you will, the figure of Mr. Barnaby, a stout man whose jovial spirit had been a beacon of mirth earlier in the evening. Now, as the candles burned lower, he found himself leaning back in his chair, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames, his laughter quieted to a mere chuckle. He watched the shadows play upon the walls with a kind of childlike wonder, as though seeing them anew. "It's a fine thing," he murmured, more to himself than to his companions, "how the light dances so freely." Across the room, a group of younger patrons, students of philosophy no doubt, with their books and earnest discussions, found their debate softening into a more reflective tone. "The shadows," one of them mused, "are like our thoughts, ever changing, never still." His companions nodded, their faces lit by the warm glow of the dwindling candles, as if understanding more than words could express. The barmaid, a diligent young woman with a sharp eye and a kind heart, moved quietly between tables, her presence a comforting constant in the ever-shifting scene. She gathered empty glasses and exchanged quiet words with those patrons who lingered, her voice a gentle melody that blended seamlessly with the subdued murmur of the tavern. "Time to wind down, isn't it?" she said softly, her words carrying the weight of shared experience, of nights past and nights yet to come. And so the scene unfolded, a silent ballet of light, and shadow, of human connection and introspection. The wax from the candles pooled at their bases, forming miniature landscapes that mark the passage of time, each drop a reminder of the evening's inevitable conclusion. The interplay of light and dark, of sound and silence, created a rich tapestry that enveloped the tavern in a serene embrace, a gentle, gentle reminder that even in the heart of the city, amid the fog and cobblestones, there existed moments of quiet beauty. The shadows lengthened, dear reader, stretching across the wooden floor like tendrils of night, reaching into the corners where secrets lie hidden and dreams take root. The tavern, once a hub of vibrant activity, now found itself cloaked in a tranquil stillness, a lullaby sung by the flickering flames and the soft, soft murmur of voices. It was in these moments of quietude that the true essence of the tavern revealed itself, not merely a place of drink and discourse, but a haven for the weary soul, a refuge from the cares of the world outside. As the night wore on, the patrons began to take their leave, one by one, stepping out into the cool embrace of the night, their hearts warmed by the glow of friendship and shared experience. The candles, their task nearly complete, continued to flicker valiantly, their final moments a testament to the passage of time and the enduring nature of human connection. And so we find ourselves at the close of this chapter, dear reader, as the tavern settles into a peaceful, peaceful slumber, its shadows lengthening with the promise of a new day. Let us linger a moment longer to savour the quiet beauty of this scene before we too take our leave and prepare to meet the next chapter of our journey. The old tavern, with its timbered beams and flickering candlelight, stood like a steadfast sentinel amidst the swirling mists of the cobblestone street, offering warmth and refuge from the chill that crept upon the city as the clock struck midnight. Within its venerable walls, a tapestry of humanity wove itself together in a patchwork of stories, some whispered, some sung with boisterous laughter, yet all bound by the gentle threads of companionship and shared experience. It was in this sanctuary that one could find solace, and indeed one did, in the form of a most peculiar resident, the inn's cat. This feline, a creature of remarkable sagacity and a discerning eye, had long been a fixture of the tavern, held in quiet reverence by its patrons. It was as if the cat, with its sleek black coat and luminous, inscrutable eyes, embodied the very soul of the place, a living embodiment of its history and its heart. As the night deepened, the cat, known affectionately among the regulars as Old Tom, began its nightly ritual, a promenade that bespoke an air of regal dignity, its movements fluid and unhurried, as though time itself bent to accommodate its leisure. Old Tom meandered through the room, weaving between chair legs, and outstretched feet with a grace that belied his age. Patrons, some in their cups, others lost in quiet reflection, watched with fondness as the cat made his way towards the hearth, where the embers glowed with a soft, steady warmth. A few reached out with tentative hands, seeking a brief moment of connection, a gentle stroke of fur that was met with a contented purr, a sound that resonated like the low hum of a well-tuned instrument, adding its own melody to the symphony of the night. Dear reader, it is in such small gestures that the heart finds its truest comfort, a lesson that Old Tom imparted with every leisurely amble and every rumbling purr. For what more is there to life than these fleeting moments of quiet contentment, shared in the company of those who seek nothing more than the warmth of the hearth and the companionship of kindred spirits? And so it was that the tavern, already steeped in a serene ambience, felt its tranquillity deepen, a tangible presence that wrapped itself around the patrons like a well-worn cloak. As old Tom settled himself by the hearth, curling into a perfect circle of black fur, his eyes closed in a visage of perfect peace, the room itself seemed to breathe a sigh of collective relief. Here was a creature who asked for nothing and yet gave so much, his purring a gentle, rhythmic lullaby that wove itself into the very fabric of the evening, measured frayed nerves and weary souls alike. The cat's presence was a familiar constant, a reminder that amidst the chaos and clamour of the world outside, there existed a place where one could simply be. The patrons, observing this tableau, felt their own burdens lightened, if only for a moment, as the cat's contentment seeped into the room, reinforcing the sense of peace that had settled over the gathering. Some exchanged soft smiles, others lifted their glasses in silent salute to the creature that had become as much a part of the tavern as the very bricks and mortar that held it together. It is perhaps a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, dear reader, that we find such solace in the simple presence of another living being, a cat no less, who with his quiet dignity and unassuming nature reminded all who gathered there of the enduring power of companionship and the profound comfort of shared silence. As the hour grew later, and the conversations that had once filled the room with vibrant energy began to soften, the cat's purring continued its gentle accompaniment to the fading voices. Old Tom, oblivious to the passage of time, slept undisturbed, his dreams, if cats indeed dream, untroubled by the cares of the world, his presence a beacon of tranquillity in the night. And so, as the tavern settled into a deeper stillness, the embers in the hearth glowing dimly, let us pause, dear reader, to appreciate the quiet beauty of this scene, before we too turn the page, ready to embrace the next chapter of our journey. In the dimly lit confines of the tavern, as the clock's hands crept inexorably towards the witching hour, a subtle transformation unfolded, as delicate and inevitable as the tide's retreat from the shore. The once lively and animated conversations which had filled the room with a vivacious tapestry of sound began to wane, their ebullience gradually tempered by the encroaching stillness of night. Thus, dear reader, we find ourselves observing a curious spectacle, the fading of conversations into the gentle embrace of silence, a silence not of absence, but of profound presence. As the voices softened, the room's ambient sounds took on a new prominence. The fire, which had roared with youthful vigour, now spoke only in whispers, its crackles and pops a soft backdrop to the evening's end. Each ember seemed to sigh as it surrendered its light, leaving behind a glow that was both a memory and a promise. The tavern cat, a creature of serene disposition, lay curled upon the hearth, its rhythmic purring adding a measured counterpoint to the dying fire, a lullaby for those who would pay it heed. The patrons, a diverse assembly of society's varied strata, found themselves ensconced in this shared quietude, a communion of souls bound by the night's gentle coercion. Mr. Bumbleton, the portly merchant with a heart as expansive as his waistcoat, leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, a contented smile playing at the corners of his lips. His thoughts, if indeed he entertained any, were as much a part of the room's atmosphere as the smoke that lazily curled towards the ceiling. Across the room the young seamstress, Miss Eliza, her fingers nimble even at rest, sat with an air of contemplative repose, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. Her presence, usually so industrious, now exuded a calm acceptance, a quietude that spoke volumes more than words could convey. The gentleman beside her, Mr. Pritchard, whose countenance bespoke a life well travelled, and a heart well worn, nodded gently in agreement with the silence, as if finding in it an old and trusted friend. The tavern's wooden beams, aged and seasoned by countless nights such as this, seemed to creak in gentle acknowledgement of the evening's passage. Each groan and whisper of the wood was a testament to the time-worn ritual of nightfall, a symphony of age and endurance that played out in this humble establishment. Yet in this gradual descent into quietude there was no sense of loss, but rather a profound gain. Words, though essential and precious, now yielded to the deeper language of Golans, a language understood by all present. It was as if, in the absence of spoken word, the patrons communicated through the very air they breathed, each pause and breath a silent testament to shared experience and unspoken understanding. And so, dear reader, as the evening's conversations faded into soft murmurs, and the murmurs dissolved into a tranquil hush, we witness a moment of rare beauty, where silence becomes the most eloquent of all expressions, where the absence of sound is paradoxically a chorus of connection. The tavern, bathed in the mellow glow of dwindling candlelight, became a sanctuary of quiet reflection, a place where the soul might find rest amidst the gentle hum of existence. Thus we leave the patrons to their shared solitude, each a part of the whole, yet each alone with their thoughts. The night deepens, yet with it comes a sense of peace, a peace that speaks to the heart, whispering secrets known only to the night and those who dwell within it. And as we prepare to turn the page, to embrace the next chapter of this unfolding tale, we do so with a newfound appreciation for the quiet moments, those pauses in life's relentless dialogue that allow us to hear the world anew. The tavern, nestled snugly amid the cobblestoned embrace of the foggy streets, now stands as a bastion of warmth and companionship. Though the hour grows late and the night deepens, within its walls the patrons, diverse in their origins yet united in this shared refuge, find themselves drawn, as if by some invisible and gentle force, toward the hearth, the once boisterous heart of their evening revelries. The fire which had blazed with such vivacity and fervour now dwindles to a mere whisper, a lone ember clinging to life amidst the gathering shadows. It is a curious thing, dear reader, how such a small, persistent glow can command the attention of so many eyes, each pair reflecting the flickering light with a reverence that seems almost sacred. The patrons gather closer, their voices hushed, as if in deference to this final act of the evening's grand performance. There is a collective awe, a breath shared amongst them that speaks not of sadness but of a quiet acceptance, an acknowledgement of time's inexorable march and the peaceful end of a day well spent. The ember, though faint, casts a glow that dances upon the faces of those gathered. It highlights the lines and contours of age and youth alike, revealing stories untold, etched in the countenances of men and women who have found solace within these walls. Mr. Tibbins, the cobbler, leans back in his chair, his face softened by the light, a slight smile playing upon his lips as he recalls tales of old, of shoes mended and journeys made. Beside him, young Miss Eliza, her eyes wide with wonder, stares transfixed, her mind weaving dreams of future adventures yet to be embarked upon. The tavern keeper, a man of considerable girth and genial disposition, moves Quietly amongst his patrons, his steps softened by the straw-laden floor. He observes the scene with a practised eye, a gentle, gentle smile tugging at his whiskered cheeks. He knows well the significance of this moment, the way in which the dying ember serves as a mirror to the evening's progression, a symbolic closure to the camaraderie and reflection that the hearth has witnessed. "Ah, but there's a beauty in it, is there not?" he murmurs to no one in particular, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Whisper. A beauty in the way the light fades, leaving but a memory of warmth. Indeed, the patrons seem to absorb this sentiment, their expressions softening in the mellow glow. There is a palpable sense of gratitude that permeates the air, an unspoken acknowledgement of the comfort they have found in each other's company, in the shared stories and laughter, in the silent understanding that binds them together. Here in this humble tavern, they have discovered a kind of wealth that transcends the material, a richness born of human connection and the simple joys of life. As the final ember flickers, its glow waning, the patrons remain still, their eyes fixed upon the hearth as if willing it to linger just a moment longer. And yet, as the light dims, there is no lament, no regret, only a serene acceptance, a quiet joy in the memory of what has been. The ember's glow may fade, but its warmth lingers on, etched in the hearts of those who have gathered here, a lasting testament to the night that is soon to pass into memory. And so, dear reader, as the tavern prepares to embrace the stillness of midnight, let us take a moment to reflect upon the lessons imparted by this humble ember, for though its light may be fleeting, its impact is not, and it reminds us that even in the darkest of nights there is a warmth to be found, a warmth born of friendship and the shared experience of life. It is with this thought that we shall turn the page, ready to embrace the next chapter of our tale, knowing that the quiet moments, those pauses amidst life's relentless dialogue, are the very ones that allow us to hear the world anew. In the deepest embrace of night, the Candlelit Tavern stood as a solitary sentinel against the quietude that had descended upon the foggy cobblestone street. The once vibrant hum of conversation had dwindled to a mere whisper of its former self, leaving behind an air thick with the calm of midnight. The patrons, those steadfast souls who lingered still, sat in scattered clusters, as if captured in a painting of repose, their eyes heavy-lidded. Some, in contemplation of the flickering shadows cast by the dying embers of the hearth, while others ventured into the lands of dream with closed eyes and softened breaths. The innkeeper, a man of pragmatic demeanour yet a heart softened by the passage of time and the stories of countless travellers, moved with deliberate care, his feet shuffling across the wooden floorboards with a respectfulness akin to a reverent custodian of sacred space. He tidied the remnants of the evening's gatherings, empty tankards and crumpled napkins, his hands deftly restoring order to the chaos of conviviality that had so recently played out. Each action was imbued with a gentleness, a silent acknowledgement of the sanctity of rest. In this profound stillness, dear reader, one might find the heart's true echo, an invitation to reflect upon the quiet moments that punctuate the symphony of our lives. It is in these pauses, these breath-marked intervals, that we may discern the whispers of our own souls and the shared humanity of those around us. Observe now the patrons. There is the weary labourer, his brow lined with the etchings of toil, who sits with his head resting upon his folded arms, a small contented smile playing upon his lips as he dreams of fields far removed from the city's clamour. Beside him, a young clerk, his spectacles askew, stares pensively into the dimness, his mind adrift upon thoughts of future aspirations as nebulous and vast as the night sky itself. At a table near the hearth, an old mariner, his skin weather-beaten and etched with tales of the sea, nods slowly, his eyes closed, yet his hand instinctively reaching for the warmth of the fire, as if seeking solace from the chill of untold voyages. Next to him, a poet, her fingers stained with ink, scribbles furiously even in this late hour, capturing the essence of the moment in verse, her eyes alight with the fervour of inspiration. And so it is that the tavern, a microcosm of society, becomes a cradle of restfulness, a haven where the burdens of the day are set aside if only for a time. The silence, once an impenetrable barrier, transforms into a gentle invitation to dream, to ponder the mysteries of night and the promise of the morrow. The innkeeper, having completed his quiet ministrations, pauses at the threshold of the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled company. There is a satisfaction in his heart, a quiet joy in knowing that his humble establishment, with its flickering candles and warm hearth, has provided a refuge from the world outside. He allows himself a moment of reflection, a soft smile gracing his lips before turning back to his duties, his footsteps fading into the silence. As the night deepens, the tavern becomes a bastion against the encroaching dawn, a place where the weary may rest and the dreamers may dream. The air, once vibrant with the energy of life, now cradles its inhabitants in a cocoon of tranquillity, the silence a balm for the soul. Dear reader, it is in these quiet moments that we find the essence of humanity, the shared experience of life, the warmth of companionship and the gentle embrace of night. As we prepare to turn the page, to embark upon the next chapter of our tale, let us carry with us the knowledge that in the stillness of night there is a profound beauty to be found, a beauty born of rest, reflection, and the silent communion of kindred spirits.